Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, August the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William and Starkey. I'm just waiting for maybe Pepe to let me know if YouTube is alive. Yes, thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, so we're good to go both rooms. So what is happening this morning? So I'm just looking for some of the usual ones. So the S dot is still in play in a big way. Look at that. So it's above Friday's high. Where did it get to? Friday got up to about $20. Closed down here at 13. So not a great close, but certainly above yesterday or Friday's high right now. And that is S dot, SDOT. XPON, EXPON. Let's see, why is this one up? Probably no reason. $9 million initial private placement. Usually the stock gets hit for that, but right now, no. At 425 a share. Well, you see, some of these things don't make sense. I mean, 425 a share at private placement, unless I'm reading this wrong. The stock's at $9 now, above the 200-day moving average. Can't log in the main room. Well, we got a lot of people in the room, so I'm going to have to say it's just you. Try again. Just give me a moment. I'll give you the link to get in. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment. Just have to show you what it's going to look like. So click on my homepage link. And then here is the trading room. It's definitely open. I mean, people are in there. So got to be on your end somehow. Okay. 56V. Okay. Well, actually, let's take a look at RGNX, guys. I wonder, William, if you've had a chance to look at this one, Regenerex, or no, excuse me, it is not. It is Regen Bio or RegenX Bio. Moving down, Sync's following clinical hold on RGX 121. I guess that's their drug. I don't know what else they do. So I don't know, William, if you had any feelings about this one, RGNX. Now 21%. Let me see if there's any support on the monthly chart. Monthly chart, the next low is 835. So maybe some support there, but if it breaks down through that, then the next low is 577 on the monthly chart. Yeah, Lucy, haven't seen Lucy for a while. LUCY making its way over a dollar. So again, look at the monthly chart, see what's up. Next high in the monthly chart, 172. So they're certainly on a monthly chart, anyways. Certainly room on the weekly chart. It looks like it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. So the next high is 110, actually, on the weekly chart. Gets through 110, then you've got a lot of room. Okay, so let's put a price alert. Put a price alert around 111 to see if it gets through that. Announces new strategic alliance with HTC of Taiwan. Okay, that is Lucy. Expon is buying somebody? Oh, okay, maybe that's the reason. Enters into definitive agreement. Yes, I'm just looking at it. Into a definitive agreement. Well, that's a warrant. Well, that's a financing, but just looking to see. Well, okay, so the board also approved. Come on, guys, spell check. Approved the company's corporate name change to XP. Okay, so they're not changing their symbol. Wasn't sure if they'd be changing their symbol also. Morning long. Also appointing Kevin Sellers as CEO, suggesting succeeding. So maybe this guy's got some sway. Anyway, Xpon definitely having a great day, up 139%. They, yeah, obviously they had done a reverse split at some point. I think Faith mentioned that one fairly recently. 650,000 shares in the float. Sorry, guys, just sometimes rearranging things. There we go. I think that USDE also had a little spurt in the morning. That was a big one on Friday. But let's see, has it come all the way back down though? Yeah, so it got up to eight something. We're okay on YouTube, right? Pepe, I know you said, yeah, I know a couple people popped in. Andy says he's having a tough time seeing the streaming, but we seem to be okay. All right, guys, sorry. PMI. What's going on with PMI? Picard Medical, 35%. Another low float. A lot of volume already. Funny, I don't see that acquisition news in IB. I just must be missing it. All right, guys, markets are a little soft. The SPY's a little soft. Let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, click on Doc Channel Bar, and click on the Show More. These are all theme-based channels, and I'm going to click on the sector status and see what's happening. All right, so gold is the top sector right now. We're silver. Silver is usually silver. Yeah, silver. Well, obviously, silver and gold usually follow each other, but gold is definitely ahead of silver today. Not much, but up 1.2% from Friday's close. Worst sector right now, SMH. This semi wood looks like this is maybe picking up some steam downwards. So SMH, it's already down 1.3%. So semis right now, the weakest sector. Let's take a look at some of the stocks. Anything showing up? Materials, NUE. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Want to see what sort of volume there is? Not much. I don't see anything super dramatic on the upside, but on the downside, let's take a look. All right, Western Digital. So, well, okay, the semis are down. So there's Western Digital, WDC, Seagate, SDX, a couple of the bigger movers on the way down. Yeah, okay. So the worst one right now is WDC in the tech sector in terms of real expensive stock, $440. Look at Seagate, $818. There's Micron. Of course, we have probably a lot of company ETFs for this or these. All right, so William has done some analysis on RGNX. I'll just read it for those who don't see it. Back of the envelope is 132. They have revenue that is ramping but not profitable yet, and they bleed cash. They have a couple of other compounds, including 1 in 3 studies with ABVE. My read of the hold of the drug suggests that the news isn't as bad as it seems, since most patients never got that spinal MRI along with other treatments, so the prevalence of these findings is not well understood. All right, well, there you have it, guys. So maybe we're in for a little bounce for RGNX. Thank you, William, for that in depth. Oh, was that you, SSG? I guess it was. Was that you in YouTube? Not able to get in? Oh, interesting. No, well, we didn't do anything differently. Cypherpunk. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, first of all, what's Bitcoin doing today? Still on the run. 78,900. So approaching that 80,000 mark. So Bitcoin is still super strong for about 5 days now. Take a look at IBIT. Started right here. So 1, 2, 3. So the fourth day now. Okay, guys, I'm just checking out some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. All right, CAPR is having a jump here, 27%. Here goes a CAPR right here, guys. You can see the volume coming in. CAPR is up 40% now. Just having a see if there's any news on this one. Press release: Capricorn Therapeutics announces extension of a PDUFA target action date. Okay. All right, guys, what time is it now? It is now getting closer, 1:28, so a couple of minutes before the 9:30 open. Anything else? XRPT, well, of course, this is all Ethereum. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not Ethereum. This is XRP, another one of these coins. Ripple, yeah, Ripple. Steve's happy. I think he's got some of this Ripple. He's been holding it, I think, for years. Boy, this PER, so this is hyper liquid strategies. Okay, so this PER is still, I guess, tied in with cryptos. And so this is still high on Friday was 11:31. Put a price alert there, guys, just to see if it takes it out. It'll be close to a lifetime high. All right, we're getting close to this open. All right, guys, we got about 20 seconds to the open, the 9:30 open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. Excuse me, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down. All right, DAIC is another one. DAIC is surging. I didn't see it until I hit over $1. So DIAC is surging also right now. Now, I've got Moderna. Of course, had a massive 2 days on Thursday and Friday. Super active. Well, actually, it started on Wednesday. So Moderna is starting to slip a little bit here. The low on Friday was 132, but it did close up here, 145. The DAC, was it halted? I don't see the halt yet, but I'll take your word for it, Monica. Wow. I wonder why I'm not seeing it here. You're right, it is halted. I don't see it here. That is strange. Minimum volume 20,000. Anybody else? Not seeing the DAIC halt and the halts resumes? Is it just mine? So you're not seeing it though. I mean, I know it's halted. It's definitely halted, but I'm not seeing it in our halts resumes for some reason. So Kaz is not seeing it also. How about you, William? I know you got it. It is okay. Or for 158, really? How bizarre is that? Am I connected? Yes. I'm getting RFAI. Aha. You know what? It's bats. Well, I no, it's not. I don't understand. What I did was I selected bats also. I don't usually have that as an exchange that I select, and then there it is. Anyway, but I'm not, now I don't see the other one. I'm sure it's a momentary blip. Ah, Celsius. And what are you doing? CELH? Like cold turkey did, Pepe. I've got a bunch of cans in the fridge that are going to, I guess, get a lot of dust on them. CELH. So this is moving for whatever reason. It's actually had a great couple of weeks from 26 to 34. All right, where could this one go? The DAIC, the next high is 220. Is that right? No, there's probably a high right there. Yeah, 166, 149. So between 126 and there's another high of 139. There's a high at 149. There's a high at 166. These are all weekly highs. Well, Moderna is approaching, I think, Friday's lows. I think, yes, it is. The low on Friday was 132.42. So this is about a dollar away from that low. If it takes that out, then the next low is 128. Look at the opening bar in the market, the 5 minute anyway. So down a couple of points, little red bar to start. Aha, HIMS, 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 which had a big 3 days. I don't know if it's just profit taking or if there's actually new. I mean, this one always seems to have some news associated with it, not usually good. $30 is the next low looking left on the daily chart, showing up in the trend reversal. RCAT's taking a bit of a hit here, guys. RCAT. It sounds a little funny. Not my cat, but RCAT. RCAT. Next low looking left on a weekly chart is 740. Okay, Wolf. Now, Wolf had it's been choppy. I mean, Wednesday and then Wednesday down, Thursday up. Friday sort of up, but look at the close, bad close. And that's WULF, not the animal. Okay, so this is going to be longer than a 5 minute halt, guys. This is going to be the DAIC, longer than a 5-minute halt. It's going to be at least 10. So if it's going to be 10, it'll be open at 9:40 plus 22 seconds. We had PFSA halted also. Another one of those ones that was super active a few days ago and then just fell. And then we have RFAI still halted, it looks like. DFNS just got halted on the way down. So a little mixed bag in the market so far. The SPY's down a bit. The Dow's up a bit. The Qs are down and starting to, remember, we looked at SMH in the pre-market. It was down about 1.6. So yeah, starting to pick up steam on the way down. The semis. You see, you've been following the action on S dot. I've got that one thumbnailed. And there's the USDE. Really starting to give it up. I wonder if they're doing a financing. Not shortable for, there are shares. That's right. There are shares. 1.7 million shares at Interactive Brokers. With that float though, I'm not going to take a chance. So these are the okay Muzz and MUU. So those are two of the company ETFs from Micron. So if you wanted to buy Muzz, if you thought Micron was going to keep moving down, you could buy Muzz, MUZ. Okay. One moment. All right, guys. Yeah, back here. DAIC. I did see that it came back, or it showed up on our AI. I'm not sure anybody could have got it at 157, or even close to it. Yeah. Sorry, I had myself on mute. I was talking about the S dot. How wild the action is on S dot. Look at wow. I mean, 20 got up to what, 25 dollars, and then back down to $21, up to $25, back down to $22. Pretty hard to trade this one. Now, interesting. HMY is down. HMY gold miner, and when we looked in the pre-market, gold was the best sector. So let's take a look. So yeah, it's starting to drift down a little bit. So HMY though is sort of running a little bit counter to the sector, I guess, or maybe not. Gold is doing the same thing. It's just that this is negative now. So that's HMY. Hmm. All right, how is that Exxon doing? Actually, it's holding. It's not bad, not bad because at least it's holding the VWAP. Okay, so it did get up to what, $10, but it's trying to hold the VWAP right here. If you can see that purple line on my 2-minute chart, that is the VWAP. So will it hold the VWAP? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, DAIC resumed, and it popped up a little bit to the $2 level. However, this might get halted right now again. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think it might get well. Every time, see what I'm doing is I'm just looking here, looking at the bid ask, and once the bid ask is only a penny, but it is still surging, so not yet. Then it usually means it's going to get halted, as in right now. As in right now. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. That blue window I show quite a bit of some. I'm sorry. Yeah. So showing the halt price, and then this column is showing where it could open. Okay, guys. QS is putting in a little bit of a bounce here. I'm looking at my bouncers toppers. Okay, QS is putting a little bit of a bounce. Okay, Moderna. Okay, guys. Moderna is really trying to hold that this level here. Looks like it's really. And look what it got to. It got down to 131.20, which is a little bit below, about $1 below that low on Friday. But it's having a bit of a bounce now. One reason I just have this thumbnailed, and why not? I mean, it's been so a lot of range in it. Not seeing any great sustained action in these trend reversals yet. This Mobileye's got a little bit of room down here, guys. 788 is the next low. I'm looking at maybe a potential short. This is a trend down, had a little pop, but now the resumption of the move down. What's the volume like? Not bad. Okay, so Lucy's kind of, well, look, you can see exactly what happened to Lucy. It got stalled right at the 200-day moving average so far, anyway. If you look at my daily chart, that little yellow line, that is the 200-day moving average, and it got right into it, and that's exactly where it stalled so far. Okay, that's for the LUCY. Okay, guys, XPON, keep an eye on this. I mean, it really held the VWAP. I mean, but it's halted. It just got halted. I was just talking about it. Will it hold the VWAP? And it was hovering in that VWAP area, and then it took a pop off it, but it unfortunately got halted. Not unfortunately, if you're in it, of course, it looks like 338. There's the halt. No big clue as to where it's going to open, though. Give me one moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I hope I didn't accidentally get rid of you guys. No. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just trying to find anything with a little bit of trend in it. I think probably Micron has got a lot of good trend. Yeah, Micron's got a lot of. This is the bear, so you could buy this one, Mud or Muzz. MUD or MUZ, MUZ. And if you think Micron is going to continue to move down, you can buy this one. This is the one time. I think the MUZ might be a two timer. Yeah, it's a two time. Virtually the same price. It's the volume light, 3.2 in that one. And in MUD, it is 1.8. So yeah, so MUZ is probably, well, you'll get double the move, okay? You'll get double the move. So if Micron, the stock, moves down 1%, this will move up 2%. Well, SMH was weak in the pre-market, and it is still, and it's weakening. It is continuing to weaken. So the semis are getting hit a bit. Understanding that all of these and most of these sort of stocks that you're seeing here, and these ones certainly in the race, they don't really care about the market within reason. They're not going to care about what the market is doing. They're the alpha stocks, kind of trading on their own. Take a look at CVRX. Let's see if this has any interest right now with the CVRX. I'm looking at it because it's just over 3, and it's underneath the VWAP. So let's see if it can take out the VWAP, see if there's any news on it. And now it says devoted health Medicare, advantage coverage policy for Barostim therapy. I don't know what that is, but obviously that's what they do. So CVRX, not a low float, not high, 23 million in the float. So I will put a price alert a little bit over the VWAP. That's around 312 for the CVRX, a little bit over the VWAP, and see if it hits. I see XPON actually. So when it came out of the halt, I think it had a little pop, but then again challenging the VWAP now again. XPON is challenging the VWAP. And it just got halted again on the way down. So very whippy. What a move. 440% now. DAIC started on closed on Friday at 41 cents, guys. 41 cents. 231 now. And I mean the volume is at 6 million, but it's not like 50 million. It's a massive move with that. I mean the float is so low. Did we see any news on this one? Not that there has to be any news, but all right, KVUE. Maybe this is due for a bit of a pullback. Well, it had a pullback already. 1953 is the high. The VWAP is down here. You know what? It's too close to the VWAP. What I'm doing now, I'm just looking at the bouncers toppers. Anything in orange, it's a potential short. Though the way I've been kind of playing it is waiting to see if they get any sort of a pullback and then the resumption. And that might be happening now. How's Per doing? I haven't seen. It's not showing up anywhere. Let's see if it's yeah, pretty choppy. Look at the 10 minute, very choppy on the 10 minute. However, it's over the VWAP now. There's the high on Friday. If it takes that, I'm just looking at IBIT right now. So I mean, this is tied in with the crypto play or crypto sector, I guess. And there was IBIT starting to move down, got below the VWAP, but popping up again. Again, this is you know what IBIT is? It's if you want to trade Bitcoin, you can just this is sort of the big not sort of it is the Bitcoin ETF, and of course you can just see the huge day, huge run it's been on over the 200-day moving average. Chewy, CHWY, CHWY. I haven't even looked at any of the earnings plays today, William. I know there are some, but I haven't looked at any of them. If there's anything of interest, you see PDD. That's sort of something that's followed quite a bit, I guess. PDD, good volume, 7.5 times normal. Well, if you're following S dot is now making another high for the day. The high, if you look left, the next high is 35.49 on the weekly chart. Okay. Oh, XPAV is an earnings play, isn't it? XPAV, okay. Yeah. It just went negative. I mean, it was positive at one point, but it has gone negative now. XPAV, and this is an earnings play, as William is pointing out. So it could be a bit of a drag on Tesla. Well, okay. Novavax has got room, right? Well, only to $8. NVAX has got some room, but only to $8. It's already down quite a bit. I wish I had a little more room. I might take that short, but might have taken the short, I should say. So DAIC got halted on the way down. That's the sixth halt for the day. Carvana. Let's take a look at Carvana. Potential short opportunity maybe if it takes out 22. The VWAP is 71.20. Okay, guys. Okay, I am looking maybe to short this Carvana. It's just underneath the whole number. I don't expect a lot because I mean 71.21 could hold it, but okay, let's see. 71.23 is the VWAP. And again, this is showing up here. Okay, this is the bouncers toppers. Bouncers toppers CVNA had an alert at 72.39. Would have been pretty good to take it right there, but all right, guys, it is now 10:04. So, man, come on. I'm just looking at this VWAP right here, guys. The VWAP is right there. Okay, so I've just taken some off, okay, of the Carvana in case it cannot get through the VWAP. Have that one thumbnailed, of course. My other monitor. So we're sitting at 7150 now. It got right into the VWAP. Got right, look at that, touched it. Touched the VWAP. That so far is acting as support. Okay, well, I'll wait to see if it's if that's just a momentary blip up. Love to see it take out the VWAP in a big way, but it may not. I mean, that might be the support. I mean, it's a well, relatively strong stock. Give me a moment, guys. I was trying to get this. It just got halted on me. I was trying to get this right around here, and I was sort of chasing it up a little bit at a time, but and then it got halted on me. And it showed up here at 172. That would have been great, taking it right around there. Look at that now, 215. This is from the trend reversal. Oh well. All right, let's take a look at my homepage and all the information you can find on, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. We do have a promo code on now also. Okay, now what the gentleman who looks after my homepage, he forgot to add, okay, the Barry 15. So here's how the promo is working right now, okay? So first of all, click on my homepage link. So you can get 28% off the first month only of a premium subscription or the entire year, okay? And what he forgot to add, well, not add, but he actually deleted it. You can get 15% off for standard monthly, first month only, or the entire year. So I mean, if you're sold on the idea of premium, it's a good promo. Obviously, 28% off the first month only, or the entire year. Hmm. What's happening with Lucy now? Okay, Lucy's right at the. I think that's right at the 200-day now. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room right here. Okay. And the company tracks the use of these promo codes out there. You see my code being used often enough. They don't mind keeping the room. They will keep the rooms free. It's really that simple. So if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use my code. Also, this room is, and William said he was a little late this morning, but typically this trading room is open at 7 a.m., around 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, and it's free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this, yes, it's free also. A lot more action though, okay? So for well, a couple of things. If you're looking for interacting with other traders in the pre-market, again, this room is open around 7 o'clock. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. I don't open it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little bit too early for me. So thank you so much, William, for opening it up. And typically when I leave, I'm going to have to leave today at 1:30, okay? I'm leaving today at about 1:30. And William will typically keep the room open, though, after I leave. See what he wants to do today. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. William said it actually triggered. I think it's, what is it, 10B? 10B is the trade of the week, 10B. And the trigger was 34.75. So yes, it did trigger, but it is, did it hit the stop? I think the stop was fairly, was it 31 something maybe? Anyway, that's the trade of the week. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, now education section. So if you're taking out a subscription now, or if you're thinking about it, this is what I would do. Well, this is mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription now, getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. Mandatory you do this. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, let's face it, sometimes it may not be the right fit for you. But here's how you can find out a little bit about it, of course, is I start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe at any time. And if you are new to trading, this is for you, back to basics, 15 free videos if you're new to trading, okay? And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here they are. So this race, the biggest gainers. This is the race. You get a lot of super active stocks all day long in this race. Upside versus downside movers right here. These are all real-time alerts. Just taking two competing strategies with some very similar filters and saying, okay, with the similar filters, which ones are moving higher, making new highs of the day, versus the ones making new lows of the day. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Here's the Halts resumes over here. And what else do I have? So I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running. The one I do have up and running, the trend reversals is right here. Okay. Now this is the same, this is the trend reversals. The don't repeat, the DR stands for don't repeat, so I can see what happened from the first alert. I'll know the price, of course, and the time it happened. Then I can go back in time and say, well, what happened from that alert? Obviously, oh man, it's too bad. I almost had it, the BTCT. Obviously the best one from this alert by far. Anything in powder blue is a suggestion to go long. Anything in orange or in yellow, a suggestion to go short. But I have other scans that I'm currently sharing you can ask me about. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. I think I just got rid of the room. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally clicked on the tab and deleted. So just give me a moment. I got the, here we go. This is an easy fix, usually. Best Buy, okay. Best Buy earnings Thursday morning. Okay, I'll be watching that one. All right, guys. Carvana was sort of a quick trade. I'm out of it now. I didn't, the power of the VWAP certainly on display for Carvana. Okay, CVNA. Look at the power. Came into it a couple of times. Maybe if it hits it again, I might reshort it. Boy, BTCT. All right, let's take a look at the hymns. 3109, did it continue down? No. So this is, well, take a look at hymns right now, guys. HIMS. Look what it's trying to do. It's getting into the VWAP. Will that act as resistance on the way up? Okay, get ready, boys, or, or everybody, boys and girls. I should have a sound alert on pouring coffee, a sound alert. The pour, yes, the pour. Boy, BTCT, what a move. And you can just look at IBIT. I mean, look, IBIT got a little bit weak at the beginning, okay? A little bit weak at the beginning, and boom, through the VWAP and continuing. And yeah, so Bitcoin's around 79,000 now, a little over 79,000. Okay, EGH is showing up here, 135, and the next high is 152. That's too close for me. The next high would have been up here around 175. I might be a little more tempted, but I'm just finding it's a little too close for me. This is another one that was active last week. HUI, I thought. HUIZ. Right here, HUIZ. 172. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average. A little too close for me. If that weren't there, I mean, look at the room. I mean, it may not stop it, but there's the high right there, 171. So remember what this is a reversal scan, and it's got to be above the high of the previous day, or at least at the high of the previous day before we get an alert. Hmm. Just another low flow, but not a lot of volume. I mean, look at the volume, only 416,000 shares. So not a lot of volume for EJH also. These sort of things I think have to be in the millions. I mean, it's up 15%, but it's a very low float, but I really think they have to be in the millions. Mara, well, with Bitcoin was doing this, and now, like with Bitcoin, at least now the miners are starting. Like, take a look at Riot, because remember the miners were really lagging what was happening with Bitcoin. You know, we did not see a big red candle for Bitcoin like this, but the miners were not doing that well. So another China EV player, LI, remember XPET had earnings this week. When do they have earnings? They have earnings on the 26th. What are we now? The 24th. So they have earnings this week also, LI. I'm just trying to see if any of these crazy little ones are sort of setting up a bit. The DXST, again, if you're looking for a volatile action, this is a great race, guys. But you know, you've got to be prepared for the volatility. Another one that's bumping its head up against the VWAP, the DXST. And the SPY is testing the VWAP right now. Excuse me. So SBET's been on a nice run also. SBET, 635 last week, got through the 200-day moving average and is continuing to move here. What sort of room does it have? Well, the next high on a weekly chart is right there, okay, is 841, so just about there. So that might stall it. Now, DAIC, is it over? Well, it did get down below the VWAP, but it is halted now, or it looks like it's going to get halted on the way up. Could get halted on the way up. So no, maybe not. I was looking at that green bar. Hmm. All right, guys. Moderna is really getting weaker now. 130, 130. So that low right there is about what did I say? 128, 128.61. I'm going to put a price alert there because if it takes that out, if it doesn't hold there, I mean, then your next low is down here at 114. I mean, it is just weakening underneath the VWAP in a big way. All right. Well, DAIC did get halted on the way up. Okay, did get halted on the way up, so it may not be over. Your potential open is 167. Well, again, if you're familiar with this, you know this number will fluctuate over the course of its halt. And that's the eighth halt of the day for DAIC. Yeah, getting frustrated here. I'm just looking at some of these, and I'm looking like the SUIG, looking to see where could it go. All sorts of resistance areas potentially. So I just have to say no to that. Yeah, the reason is, yeah, I modified it quite a while ago. I now have dollar stock up. My minimum now is a dollar. JVIA, JVIA. Okay, my minimum is now a dollar. That's probably one reason why you're not seeing an EGH or yeah, EJH. You don't have to. I'm so this is what I did. You look at the configure all. So I put the price at one, and I also added relative volume. I don't know if I had relative volume. I can't remember what I had. The other thing I also did was I want to see the alert starting 5 minutes after the open instead of 10 minutes. You don't have to make these changes, but probably the big one though is the price. Okay, because when I on my homepage it was two minimum. Okay, you don't have to make the change though. But you wouldn't have seen BTCT early. Well, that red line you see on the chart now, this is shortable for me. It is not shortable for me. That red line you see in the chart, that is the next high. So there was a daily high in this month back in October of last year. That's what that red line, and it's getting through it. There was a daily high in this month of 260 or so. Just trying to eyeball it. So it's getting above that now. Well, by far the best one from this alert. What I like now is I'm not getting as many. So you can see BTCT right here, you can see it right here, and you can see it in the race. So because people say, well, how would I have seen that? Well, three different ways from my scans anyway. Take a look at the sectors now, okay? Now that the market's been open for about, well, the 9:30 open, about an hour. Take a look at the sectors. So I've clicked on from the toolbar, clicked on new and then dock to channel bar, okay? Not the other channel bar, but the dock to channel bar. Click on the show more. Let's see if there's anything interesting now in the sectors. SMH is almost guaranteed is the worst one. Gold was the best one when we looked pre-market. Well, XLPS staples, gold is still up there, but and let's take a look down here. And there's the semis. Yeah, semis and tech. See if there's any dramatic move up in any of the sectors. These are the sectors that we're following right here. Any dramatic move up? AAP, not a dramatic move, but it is up 3.9%. Let's take a look at on the way down. Anything dramatically down? Boy, financials are having a good day. Only 2%. What one is down? Just GS. Goldman Sachs. There you go, William. Your favorite one is I mean, it's basically break even, but down a little bit. The weakest one in the financial sector. Nothing dramatic so far. Moderna, though. Yeah, well, dramatic, yes. Moderna, 7.9%. Actually did have a pop off that 130. Big ranges, for this. I mean, that's a pop off the 130, a $3 pop. So Moderna is by far the worst in the healthcare sector. Lumn, Lumen is the worst one in the communications. If this is an earnings play, it is not an earnings play. So this is really bucking the trend. Charter and TMUS, these are really bucking the trend because 83% of the stocks making up communications, the communications sector, XLC, are up for the day, but these ones are down. Okay, guys, you know what? Give me a moment here. This is not quite a lifetime high. The lifetime high is 2 months ago at 1162. And it's right at the high. It's right at the high of Friday now, 1127. Well, let's see if it has a run in it, okay? Able to get some. And that's the per. So again, that all-time high is up here at 1162. Let's see if we can get close to it. Just keep putting price alerts a little bit above, see if I can induce it upwards. What an alert. 172 and got up to 275. Not too many on the long side today. Mara, wow, Mara. Mara is, I mean, tremendous recovery for the bit miners today. Mara and Riot. PMI, yes, PMI is halted. PMI is halted, and it got halted at 10:33 and 11 seconds. So yeah, so if it's a 5 minute halt, that'll be 10:38 plus 11 seconds. All right, guys, in about an hour, I will be taking a break. Chris Farley will take over from me in our YouTube room. And just to let you know, I will come back at, I guess that'll be 10 o'clock, but I'm only going to, sorry, 1 o'clock Eastern time, but I'm only going to have another half hour after that, and then I have to take off. Somebody was talking about ASST earlier, and yeah, I mean, it's had a great few days. Why not? It's it's just running with Bitcoin. Boy, look at Mara. Mara. I mean, I keep thinking Mara might have a pullback, but not yet. There's another Bitcoin play, guys. Well, crypto. I better, crypto. Now look at it. Ethereum actually is, unless that's a short version of it. Yeah. So this is the short for Ethereum. And look what's happening to it today, down 10%. Look at that. So you ever thought, if Ethereum or Bitcoin finally runs out of steam, these are the type of things you can buy, but not yet. Albertsons. Now, why are you moving? The next high looking left on a monthly chart is 1551. On a weekly chart, could be about the same. Yeah, about the same. So Albertsons has some room on the certainly on the weekly chart. ACI, no idea why it's moving. We got a little bit of room, guys. This GENB 1765 is the next high. 1689 now. It's an AI play from us. All right, guys. I think what I'll do now is I'm going to go over look at the EGH now. I did not take it, and thinking that it might stall at that high right there. Not close to stalling. 176 is the next high. Well, the SPY is certainly above the Yeah, above the view app. Yes, William. Let's go over this race, guys. I mean, if you're into volatile, like stocks that have a lot of abnormal activity, they're volatile though. But these give you the best, the biggest percentage movers. But remember, these stocks are typically low float. I don't have a filter in here that is restricting the float, but I mean, for a stock to have these big moves, usually the float is very small. So you just have to be careful because, I mean, as rapidly as they can go up, they can go down even more rapidly. So let's take a look at this race. Now, before I do, I'm going to put I want to direct you to the guide, our user guide. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide, okay? Here's the user guide, and there's a whole section right here on TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to talk about here is all covered in a lot of detail in this stock race section. DAIC is showing up as a re-entry now in our AI. Okay, so I'll explain this race, okay? I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable. You can run whatever time period you want. I chose 4 minutes a long time ago and I've stuck with it. So what does that mean? 70%. That means that since the race started, DAIC has moved 40% or 68% is the moving. I mean, just a huge move, obviously percentage wise. Okay, since the race started. And we're about a little over 2 minutes into this race. So if DAIC holds on to its top position right here, you can see that the number beside right there, it's at 5. That means it won 5 races before. If it holds on, it looks like it it probably should hold on, but we still have a minute. We still have a minute and a half to go. So anything can happen in a minute and a half with these wild ones. But anyway, if it does hold on, then that will mean that 5 will change to 6. So that's what happens. You will get a top 10 list automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So that can give you some focus. Just focus on these stocks all day long. I'm just looking to see. So DAIC just got halted again, guys. Great reentry. Great reentry. I mean, DAIC went crazy from the original entry of 140, 157, but then eventually it hit the stop. Okay, at what was it? One stop price is 152, and then that was a tight stop, 157, 152. So it got halfway between that stop and the original entry, which is 155. So you had a chance. If you didn't take it the first time, you had a chance to wait for the reentry. And from 155, obviously, it's looking really good. So, as easy to predict that DAIC was going to win that race. So you can see that 5 turned to 6. Now, how to use this? Well, if you see a stock obviously at the top here, click on it and see what's happening. You're gonna hear me say see what's happening over and over again, because the whole idea now is to see what's happening by looking at the charts. You have to have some trading experience, but is it setting up for you on the chart, depending on what time frames you're using? You may have some moving averages on the chart. So look at S dot right now. I'm just using this as an example, but what if S dot was moving into the VWAP? Okay, another coming even further down into the VWAP. You may be a bit of a VWAP player, watching to see if it held, acted as support, and then maybe you take the trade if you think it's a holding it well, and see what happens. Putting your stop just underneath the VWAP. BTCT, that this could be coming into the VWAP. You can see how it's coming in a little bit, but maybe you've got a moving average on your chart, depending on the time frames you're using. Okay. Well, the only real buy and sell signals that we've got, Milana, in our YouTube room, is from the AI. Okay. These buy and sell signals that you see, this is from TradeWave. Okay. But you don't get real-time alerts with them. I mean, after the fact, I'm looking right there. You're getting a little sell flag right there. Doesn't absolutely mean you're going to take this trade and short it, but yeah. So you can get these buy and sell flags if you click on a symbol and you're starting to see like a sell flag show up for you when you click on the chart. So you could look at this and say, okay, maybe the trend is finally starting to change a little bit. I'm not saying though you just hop in just because it says sell. And this is what we call TI Wave. Okay, TI Wave. It's part of the standard service. You can add it to your charts if you want. I love it because I think it's highly visual presentation of a trend. So again, if you see something that's leading a race, click on it. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. You see something in here, click on it just to see what's happening. It might be like Goro. Goro, I haven't seen all day. Let's see what's happening with it. GORO. It's a gold play, and we know that gold was pretty was one of the stronger sectors. Look what it did. It came into the VWAP and kind of held. I'm not saying you have to have a trading style. I'm not saying just because something hits the VWAP that you take the trade, but you have to have some trading experience. Let's say what's happening with the BMEA. So the BMEA, pretty good consolidation here. It's not a low float, 63 million. Had some news. So if it meets your trading style, you're looking at this and thinking, wow, a lot of consolidation. Maybe I'll take the trade and put the stop just underneath that consolidation area. So you see anything that's won a race, click on it, see what's happening. Let's see. This BBCQ won 2 races early. See what's happening. Nothing that I like, but some of you might like that. Some of you might say, well, you know what? Here's the 200 the VWAP. Sometimes the VWAP can act as a bit of a magnet. I don't like the look of this, but that doesn't mean you might look at this very differently from me. So the question has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? Why? So if I right click in the body of this race, one of the options is open top list. I'm going to click on that. So all races start from a top list. I got out of the PER, by the way, guys, for a little loss. I had a bit of a gain on it, but it started to fade a little bit more than I wanted. So I got out of the PER, PURR. Might look at it later on. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in this top list window, notice there's an option that says launch a real-time stock race. Okay. So all races start from a top list window. You can create your own top list window. Well, first of all, why are these stocks showing up here? I right click in the race, in the top list window, and then click on configure and summary. So this is what I'm looking for if the stock is between $1 and $50 and minimum volume 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from the previous day's close, Friday's close in this case. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, they're going to show up in this list. Okay, so that's number one. So top lists can still be used in this fashion. So if I want to see the stocks that are up the most today, based on the filters that I've got, the price range, minimum volume, and things like that, as long as I have the column header, which I do, the change from the close, that's the C percent, I can double left click and I sort on it. So there's a DAIC leading way up here, 294%, and the BTCT 107%, etc., all the way down this list. If I wanted to sort on this, which is the change from the open, so the opening trade of the day, this is still DAIC is up 51% from its first trade of the day, all the way down this list. Okay, so that's how a top list can still be used. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes. As long as you have a column header, I don't have the 5 minute change here, but if I added it, I could sort on it. Okay, that's how a top list can still be used. But what the race does, the race doesn't care where the stock is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving the most in the list of stocks percentage wise. Now, you will probably see stocks like DAIC and SDOT and BTCT, et cetera, and PMI. You'll see them in this race probably all day long. Why? Because they're up the most, and there's a lot of interest, that we say, in these stocks all day long. It's really that simple. But the race doesn't care. All it cares about, again, is what stock is moving the most. So we looked at the Goro earlier. Goro is up 5% right now from yesterday, from Friday's close. But what if all of a sudden it really, caught a bid, as we say, and it was up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list? That's what the race will do for you. The race will show you what stock is moving the most in the list. Doesn't care where it is, but what is moving the most. And again, because these stocks are so active, you're going to see them in the race all day long. Now, it doesn't mean that they have to be at the high of the day. They could have pulled back and then starting to move. Okay, so they were really good for pullback plays also. So hopefully now it's making sense to you that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You may not you can have my race, but you can always adjust it. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want to adjust the minimum volume that I've got. Maybe you don't care if it's up from yesterday's close. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add some of your favorite filters into this and launch the race based on that. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so again, you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. You can also do something like create a symbol list or a watch list. You might be the type of person that likes to follow the same stocks every single day. Maybe you've got a basket of 20 to 30 stocks that you want to follow every single day. Well, you can do that, what we call a symbol list, and you just basically attach it. It would say only the following list, and you would check it. Okay, and then the race would only look at those stocks all day long. Or maybe in the evening you do some work and you say you find the stocks that maybe you want to follow the next day. You can do that too. Just create a symbol list of those stocks and then you'll launch the race based on those stocks. So it's very flexible. Okay, so that's the whole idea of the race. I have another race that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running, but it's a large cap race. So if you'd rather see races or a race that's based on larger cap stocks, you can do it. It's on my homepage. They will not be as volatile, but they could be maybe a little more steady to trade. But if you're looking for real volatile action, this is certainly a great race. If you have any questions about the races or the concept of races, that's what I'm here for, to answer questions. And really, if you're sitting out there and you'd like to ask a question, but you, I don't know, for whatever reason, you feel a little bit shy, or don't be shy, okay? We all started out trading at one point. And if you just have traded, if you're just getting, even if you're an experienced trader, I mean, trade ideas, I mean, can look like an overwhelming program. It doesn't have to. Okay. You don't have to learn everything that's in that user guide. I use only a handful of the filters that are in that user guide. I mean, look at all the filters that we've got. So, I mean, these are all these are all the alerts that we've got. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Stocks making new highs of the day, new lows of the day, but all these icons represent real-time alerts. There's a lot of them. Okay. And when you get to these icons, these are all the filters that we've got. But you don't have to learn them all. I mean, if you wanted to, but if you scroll down this and you thought, oh, I know what this is, like a standard deviation breakout, I have an idea what that is. If you want to find out a lot more about it, you just left click on it. Okay, now it's highlighted, and you click on the help. And there in our help menu, we've got a lot. I think it's so well done. You'll get all the information about anything that we've got in the filters or the alerts. But again, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. Personally, I mean, I only use a handful. Most of the time, I don't have any other real time alert, other than the new high or the new low of the day. That's all I care about. But that doesn't. But why we have so many is that there are all sorts of different trading styles. So when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt, okay, most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they created so many of these different real-time alerts and all these different filters, so that if you had any trading experience, you could combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. Okay, so that got hung up. No, no, Kishore, nothing that I can think of. It's a good question. I mean, people are always asking, well, what is there any scan that's going to tell me maybe what could be a potential move? Not, not really. I mean, in the pre-market, take a look at the stocks that are really active, and maybe make like thumbnail some of them, and see what happens when they open. But no, I mean, a lot of these stocks have already gapped up a lot, but just because they've gapped up a lot doesn't mean they can't keep gapping up. I mean, look at BTCT. I mean, BTCT at the time of the alert was 172, right? It closed at 115 down here, so it already made a huge move. But look at the move it kept making. So you can take a look at something like this. I mean, these are the daily trend reversals. But no, there's nothing I can think of that's going to alert you of the potential move before it happens. But let's take a look at the daily trend reversals, okay? And this is an example of a scan that I've got. You can have this. I mean, but let's take a look at it. So that was down big yesterday, but up big today. So what is it looking at? So this is an example of a scan I put together. So there's my trigger, new high of the day. So this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $60. The current volume has to be at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now it's almost 11 o'clock Eastern time. Has to be at least 150,000 shares. It has to be up today, at least 1% from the previous day's close. But these are the key ones. The stock had to close at least 5% down the day before. Okay, and also, in order to get it, all these filters have to be met before. If they're all met, then you get and then with my new high of the day, that would be the trigger. I get a real-time alert if all these filter values are met. Stock also has to be at least at the previous day's high. Okay. And I put a 5 minute delay. You don't have to do the same thing if you don't want to. When I say a delay, I don't mean a delay in real-time alerting. I mean, I just don't want to get all my alerts happening at 9:30. It'd be overwhelming. I used to have it at 10 minutes and I reduced it to 5. You don't have to do the same thing. But the bottom line is this is what it's looking for. Okay? A reversal, a daily reversal. A stock that was down the day before, but it's up today. And if so, all these filter values. So this is an example of a scan that you can create. Okay. Nothing I can think of, Kishore. No. I mean, the stock is trading really. I mean, again, the question is there any way to identify a stock potentially before it makes the big move? I mean, you can't predict this. There's zero. I mean, it's making this big move. You couldn't predict it was going to happen. All right, but I mean, here it is, ZURA. I mean, and the volume just poured in. Yes. Okay. I think this is what you have to do, Elias, and it doesn't make sense to me, but this is how I had it. Okay. And anybody else listening to me, because at the beginning of the day, I didn't see DAIC also. I had to do this. I had to, even though it doesn't look like it's BATS, it looks like it's NASDAQ, but in the exchanges, I had to check BATS. Okay. Now, if you do that now, just understand that when you make a change like that, you will not see all your previous ultra zooms if you care. But you'll see the last one, which should be the DAIC. So if you don't care about not seeing all the original ones, but that's what I did, and then I started seeing it, though it doesn't make sense to me because it doesn't look like it's on the BATS exchange. Let me know if that worked, okay? That's all I did. And I went over that pretty quickly. So again, right click in the scan, click on configure, and then click on exchanges. And once you see that, and then check BATS. See if that worked. I'm surprised that Jura did not get halted. I mean, that to me looked like, but evidently the math was not there. 595 up to it's hard to understand sometimes. When you see these moves and you see other little moves, what look like little moves that get halted. I'm very surprised it did not get halted. And don't forget to save your work. Okay, make sure at the end you make a change in anything, you have to save it. You can save individual scans or save your layout. Make sure you save your layout. Make any little change, any change at all. Make sure you say at the very, very least, when you exit trade ideas and you click on file, exit, it's going to ask you yes or no. Do you want to load this layout next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then all the changes you've made will be saved. And speaking of DAIC, so wasn't that a tremendous Oops, sorry. No, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't bad. I mean, on the reentry, it wasn't bad. Obviously, the first time would have been the best, but still, on the reentry, it wasn't a bad alert. Okay, excuse me, guys, keep an eye on the XPON. XPON is now challenging the VWAP again. All right, guys, HMY. This is interesting to me as a short. Okay, why? Well, look, first of all, look at all the room it's got. I know it's a gold play, and gold was pretty strong, but this has been weak most of the day. So, and I was showing up way earlier. What was it here? HMY. Oh, right there. 23.25. Didn't take it there, but just taking it. So let's see if it has any. I should watch gold at the same time. GLD, make sure it is. Well, you see, it's running counter. So HMY is running counter. So maybe there's some specific news for it. It's running counter to the sector. I'm not expecting a big move, but see if there's any news on. Is this an earnings play? August 27th? No, it's earnings next week. And DAIC got halted on the way up, guys. Now this could be maybe an interesting short potential. Do I have short? Yeah, I've got a lot of shorts available. 4.5 million. I would have to wait for a five break, but it's coming right into the next high. Looking at that red line. So someday in this month, February this year, there's a daily high that it's approaching. I mean, it may not stop it. Boy, XPON's on the move here, guys. XPON, XPON, on the move. Breaking through the VWAP now. Not in it, but for those VWAP type players, I mean, it is breaking through the VWAP right now. Now, the other thing is if you load my race right now, if you've been listening to me talking about the races and all, and you load it right now, don't think you've done something wrong because you might say, well, wait a minute, I'm not getting that top 10 list. Your top 10 list will be developed from the time you load your race. So for instance, if you load the race right now, it's 11:10. That's from there is when from that time onwards is when your top 10 list will be built. Okay. Now the other thing is that I have now, oh, quite a while ago, but when I put this on my homepage, I did not want to see anything in the pre-market. Okay, but I made a change. So what happens now? My race starts whenever I load trade ideas, which of course is well before the 9:30 open. You don't have to do the same thing. The Expon get halted? Yeah, it got halted. Well, there you go, guys. A little VWAP break, and look out. All right, so Todd is in it. So let's take a look at where it could open. So 823 is the halt. 840 potential open. Again, blue window you're seeing here, nothing to do with trade ideas and everything to do with interactive brokers. Okay, this is just time and sales with interactive brokers. Always showing me, I love it for the halts because, well, I use this all day long. This is time and sales. So the guys, DAIC just resumed and on the way up. So this is not dead. I mean, it is not dead. So I later on in the day, well, I won't be around later on in the day, so I'm going to be at a disadvantage. But what I would be doing, guys, is you put a price alert at the high of the day. I mean, if it takes it out later on, I mean that could just get running again. We've seen a lot of runners now, later on in the day. Last week, I think even the week before, runners meaning the ones that were so active early and then they sort of paused. Not that this is really paused. This has been pretty volatile, but a lot of them that just have these massive moves, and then all of a sudden, for several hours they just do nothing, and then they have another move in the afternoon. Another, this is more Ethereum, I think, but BMNR. All right, guys. Well, we're getting that time of day where things are starting to slow down for me. Oh, give me a moment, guys. Okay, wow, DAIC. Always fun to do my video on stocks that have had a reentry. Again, this is what I'm talking about. If you have our AI, you have to have this column, okay? Your entry price column, you have to have it. If you don't have it, well, you should have it. It's a default now, but you can kind of see. I mean, the original alert was at 157. That would have been awesome if you had taken it right around there. If you could have got it, I know it was in the process of being halted, and but it did get up to 248, came back down, hit the stop, and then got halfway between that original entry and the stop, and you'd get another alert, and you could put sound alerts in your AI, of course, and so you won't miss it. And you get a trigger again only if the stock hits the stop and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop, which of course in this case it easily did. Let's see some of the other ones, see if they're and some just use the AI like that. They don't take the original alert and they just wait to see if they get any reentries. So let's take a look at this one, AZTA. This is another potential 3362. Yeah, maybe a little too choppy, but you never know. I mean, if this VWAP really stalls it, don't know this company at all, but children's clothes, Oshkosh, etc. Oh, it's brand. So actually, okay, Oshkosh. I know Oshkosh, but okay, that's their brand. Okay, but it is now, yeah, it is getting weaker and weaker. I do my videos every day at around, let's see, noon Eastern time. Okay. They're just really quick ones. They're promotional. I mean, let's face it, they're promotional videos. That's what they are. I try to focus on something with the AI if I can, and they're on our website somewhere, so in the video section. All right, guys. So I bet is still. So Bitcoin is still. Are we at 80,000 yet? Not quite. 79,747. So we're not quite at 80,000. All right. Wow. BZ is getting hit here, guys. Again, this is from the bouncers toppers, and the theory is that you would look for a bounce in this, but boy, this looks so weak. See if there's any news on this one. It's an earnings play today. Okay, so China stock earnings play for BZ. The next low looking left is 1478, so a little bit of room. But I mean, I wouldn't short it now. I mean, you'd be chasing it down, but geez, it really looks weak. Yeah, there was one dip buyer. So if you didn't get it, I don't know if you normally get it. There was one. 10B, I got it. I saw it on my email. So if you didn't get it, check your spam and check your spam email and also check your promotions email or your promotions folder. Sorry, not email, but your spam folder and your promotions folder. If you have Gmail, it could have gone there. It triggered and then it I don't know if it hit the stop though. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It prob I probably misread that. See, when I see red, I just assume it's today. August 20, yeah, August 25, August 25th, yeah. I just assume it's today. I wish they had another color. I think red should just be for today, either after hours yesterday or today. So when I read that, you're right. You're right. But it's moving down ahead of earnings. How's that? Now, how's KWeb doing? So the China market is, BZ is basically following this. Hmm. No, I don't have any explanation for that, dip buyer. Sorry. I mean, again, you can, go to trade, or sorry, info at trade-ideas.com and just say you didn't get it and you did check your spam. You check your spam, you check promotions if you have Gmail. You've been getting it forever. Maybe they can figure out why. Did you accidentally unsubscribe? It's impossible for me to know why. Okay, DAIC is, well, you're going to be happy to see this. 242 potentially is the open. Okay, so you'll be happy to see that. Obviously, you've got to be in before 227. Now, your broker should have something like that, so you don't have to rely on me. I don't mind showing this, but I mean, if I were in a halt, I would want to have my broker. I would want to know. Okay, so I don't know who your broker is, but Thinkorswim has got to have it. It's got to have it somewhere. Okay, I can't tell you where, but it's got to have it. Your time in sales, wherever your time in sales is for Thinkorswim. So that one is saying that if Schwab has it, so the TOS has to. And is the presentation sort of like this also, Dat? Dat one? Just so it's obvious that a stock is halted. You see the halt price, and then you see the a column where it shows where it could open. Same sort of thing. Well, this is level, but this is level two. I mean, this is my level two over here. I pay no attention to it, but no, I see. Okay, use the API. Okay. Well, I don't mind showing it, but all I know is that if I weren't here and I were in a halt, I would want to have a way I could find out where, number one, when it's going to open. I mean, and it did just open. Okay, in this case, this was just a 5-minute halt, but it opened just a little bit of it. So that's why, just because we saw 250 or whatever doesn't mean that's where it's going to open. So I hope you got out, because now the next look is 195, halted at 216. Boy, I should have. BMNR would have been a better one than the PER. So Moderna has had a bit of a interesting day. I mean, it almost got down below, I think, the 130 mark, or right at it. It's been a little bit choppy, but boy, I mean, the trend is up. I mean, a choppy trend up, but the trend is up, and it's over the VWAP now. When you're talking about mRNA, so it's over the VWAP right now, and of course today's high. Wow, look at the range on this. I mean, the high today was 145, and I got down to 130. $15 range. Oh, it's doing that thing again. Now, Pepe, it's interesting. This is doing it all on its own. I do not have Epic Pen open at all. I didn't even open it this morning, and I don't think it shouldn't be in the task manager, because I didn't open it at all this morning. Make sure it's not there. It's interesting. I don't. So it is there, even though I didn't open it. I did not open it this morning. Maybe it's automatically opening even if I don't use it. Okay, and now it's doing what I want. All right, guys, I've only got about 30 minutes left before I take my break. And again, now, so William, I don't know if you heard me, but I'm going to be taking off at 1:30. And that is no ifs, ands, or buts. I have to take off at 1:30. So I don't know how long you're going to keep the room open after I leave. 3-ish. Okay, thank you. So I will keep my layout up and running, and I'll also put it on surf mode. Well, guys, I made a little bit on the HMY, but not. I was hoping it would get down into about the 2250 mark, but it may still come down. I mean, it's running counter. It was running counter to the gold trend. Oops. I mean, it was running counter to the gold trend. I thought that was kind of interesting, but it might continue down, but excuse me, it'll be doing it without me. Wow. Okay, so AUR. Let's take a look at a weekly chart. AUR. The next low is 481. It's 562 on the weekly chart. Looks like there's maybe some support, but if it took that out, then the next low is 476 for AUR. See if there's any specific news. Again, it's all these. I don't understand. Again, it's something that gets warrants and or options, and but surrendering. The president surrenders 70,000 shares, and the CFO and another officer, might be for tax purposes. See, this is what I'm kind of. I know you're long. I'm not going to short it, but BZ. This is what I'm kind of looking at now. These are meant to be sort of bounce plays, and sure, it did bounce. Okay, but I'm looking more for the bounce to run out of steam, and then the resumption of the short in general. So that okay, so I'm going to have to try to remember that. So it is a tax situation. Okay, it is a tax situation. This surrendering of stock, it's quite the way it's phrased. The only reason I can see BZ being down is that China itself is a little bit weak. Number one, and maybe people are just thinking that earnings are not going to be great, which is tomorrow. That's the only reason I can think of for it being down. Just a general weakness in the China market, and then having earnings tomorrow. All right, Lucy. Yes, Lucy isn't that at the 200-day moving average? Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average. Lucy is right at it again. You can see it hit it, and then it came back down. Now it's popping above it, and had some news. All right, so Lucy is on the move here now, guys. So what is the next high? Looking left on the weekly chart. Obviously, it's got a ton of room on the weekly chart. I have no idea where the next high is on the daily chart, but I mean, I could scroll back. I'll do it just to see. So what are we at now? 121. So that weekly high is the same as the daily high. So I mean, there's a lot of room for Lucy to run if it wants to keep running before it hits the next high in the daily chart. And there's Lucy continuing to run. And DAIC just got halted again on the way down. Okay. This little scan here, for some of you, that's all you might need. This little scan here, the upside versus downside movers. For some of you, that might be all you need if you're looking for active stocks. It's all real time alerts. If you don't like the presentation of this, you can always just turn them into alert windows. All right, guys, sorry about that. 11:38, so another 20 minutes or so before I take my break. And Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room before I go. I will put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Chris if you want. And I'll also I'll do my quick video, and then I'll put this on surf mode. I'll put it on surf mode right now. Let's just see what happens when I put it on surf mode. What surfing does, it'll take and this is just a toggle on and off, okay? Right now it says currently idea surfing. If I click on it, it'll stop it. I'll click on it again, it'll start it. So what surfing does is it'll take the top three as you have them sorted on all of your top list windows. Now, I don't know how many you have open, but it'll cycle through all your different top list windows that you might have open and take the top three. And so right now it's from also your price alerts window, okay? The price alerts window also. And if you have their AI, it'll go through the AI also. I'm just going to wait. I think might just waiting for it to, if I can see when it hits the AI. So you see now it's in the sector ETF, but that's what it does. So it takes the top three as you have them sorted in your top list windows, and it'll automatically load the charts. Okay. Just waiting for it to hit the AI. It'll hit the AI also, and there. See, you just got to Lucy. Let's load a Lucy. Then it'll load DAIC, and then it'll load BMEA, and then it'll move on to another top list window. This is not a top list window, but it also goes through the AI. Okay. So and what it'll do is it will cycle through them all, And once it's cycled through them all the first time, it'll keep repeating over and over again. You could and again, if you want to stop it, if you let's just say it loads as JUNS, you say, wait a minute, I want to take a look at this. Well, all you have to do is go to the chart. It'll stop the surfing. Then you can analyze it a little more. If you want to take the trade, go ahead. Once you back off that chart, the surfing resumes. Okay. Once you back off, the surfing will resume. And you can, of course, just stop it completely. If you click on the idea surfing, it's just a toggle on and off. Or if you click on any symbol, it'll stop it. So it's kind of, a little bit fun to kick back and let the system just load charts for you automatically. Again, if you see something you like, just go to it, stop it. It'll stop surfing. Now, Kishore, the only thing it's not a race. Let's see if I can find it. I might load it again just to see what sort of alerts we get from it. Um, the heck did I call it? Yeah. So what this is trying to show here, this is what I call the small gap breakout chart, okay? And so what it's doing is it is showing stocks that have some volatility, but they haven't gapped up that much yet. I mean, and doesn't mean when I say yet doesn't mean they're going to all of a sudden explode, but that might be something you might want to look at. It's nothing to do with a race. So if you look at the filters, so the open was no more than 1% above the previous day's close, okay? But the current volume was 3. So it is trading, somewhat abnormally, and yet the open it has not had a gigantic open. And then okay, so the open was no more than 1%, and then it's also no more than 3% up from yesterday's close. So it's maybe a little confusing, but when you see it, it just means that it hasn't gapped up that much, and yet the relative volume is still pretty good. So maybe it might start really moving later. I mean, that's all. I used to try it. I didn't really get that much out of it, to be honest. Otherwise, I would keep using it, but you never know. Maybe now it's but you can try. You can take a look at that one if you want. I'm talking to Kishore in a YouTube room or anybody else. So let me share it. I mean, conceptually, it makes sense. A stock that is, pretty active volume wise, in terms of relative volume, but it really hasn't moved much. And so maybe, later it's setting up for a move. Maybe. I wish I had should have had more resolve on the Harmony HMY, starting to move down again. Hmm. Yeah, HMY now starting to pick up some steam. This is what I was hoping it would do when I had it. A little bit more like this steam. I wish, this had continued from here. I know this rum has been very active. Yeah, from a few days ago, 740. Not, I mean, it's a nice move. Not an incredible percentage move, but certainly it's been active. Take a look at Hui's. Let's see if no move. EGH. Yeah, I mean, it made the move, bit of a move, but not much. 135. They got up to 159. I mean, that's not bad. I guess that's not bad if you took it right at 135 and you were able to get out right at 160. I mean, obviously that'd be a very, very good move. But another halt. The halt king today, DAIC. That's 19 halts just resumed. The Cooler King. Okay, guys, what's my reference? Who's the Cooler King? And do not use Gemini or your. Who is the Cooler King? Nope. Who is the Cooler King? Do not look it up. Do not look it up. Because if you do, I'll know you did. William, boy, I lost sight of this one. The RGNX. Well, maybe not. I mean, it already had the big gap down, but it's starting to move down again. No. Okay, I have to give you a hint. It's an actor. Okay, it's an actor. It's not a product. It's an actor, not a product. From one of the greatest movies of all time, in my opinion. Nope and nope. Not Forrest Gump and not the Roadhouse guy. Well, I can't believe I've stumped. It's from a movie from, I think it was 1960, I think, but it's one of the great, great movies of all time. Before I was born. Yeah, right. Doesn't matter. It's a classic. I'm not going to tell you guys. Okay, you can even look it up if you want. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just assumed that it's a movie that's played over and over and over again. All right, never mind. Okay, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now? Well, there you go. It's a Wonderful Life. It is not, but I mean, there's an old movie before your time. But I mean, no, granted, this movie is not quite like It's a Wonderful Life because obviously that's played every Christmas. But okay, I'll give you another hint. It's a war movie. It's not a Canada thing, believe me. Nope. But at least you're getting into the right idea, Bishop. All right, guys. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris will show up anytime now. Last time he was a little bit early. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Oops. Didn't copy. There you go. Thank you, Bishop. The Great Escape is a great theme song. Uh, Cast of characters like of all the greats of the day, and Steve McQueen, the Cooler King. Anyway, I thought that would have been an easy one. You've never seen The Great Escape, William? You've got to watch it. It is. It's got the great theme song, and it's based on a. Unfortunately, it's based on a. Well, it's a true story. Anyway, no, Poe, it is not. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. So give me a moment. Waiting for Chris to show up. So on a break, like around 1 p.m. ET, only for about half an hour after I get back. Okay, guys, just again waiting for Chris to show up. 5 minutes to noon. Exactly, Bishop. I'm telling you, if you want to, I mean, it's a long movie, probably, well, about 3 hours long, I think, and with commercials. But I mean, you can watch it. Well, it doesn't matter. I highly recommend watching that movie. Yeah, $80 or $80, 80,000. It pulled back just a little bit. This per should I almost feel like I should short this one now. Got down below the VWAP. Okay, down below I'm not going to do it now because I'm on a break. But look at Harmony now, HMY. Just I had to have more reserve or resolve, and it just made sense to me. It's running counter to its sector. Now per PURR, I mean today's low is 1044. The low of Friday, it's about the same. Takes that out. Look out below. Oops, I guess I have to keep that up. I minimized it. When I minimize it, my announcement goes away. Yeah, DAIC is just, it's not been easy. I mean, at the very beginning, it was relatively easy on the move up, but then you've got all this chopping up and down. And is it halted right now? You are right. It is halted right now for the 21st time. So, well, that's what we've got. 21 halts. Might have even been one more because remember I missed the first one, but because I didn't have bats, I don't understand why I had to have bats selected, but as an exchange, but that seemed to that activated it. Okay, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. Wow, look at per now. Again, I almost for sure would have. Well, yeah, almost for sure would have taken. I just can't do it now. Be on a break. Look what it did. It got into the VWAP. It struggled to get back over it, and the VWAP just acted as a pretty solid resistance. And the low of the day is down here at 1040, which is the low of Friday, I believe, 1043 and 1042. So those two lows. But it's a crypto play. Moderna had a tremendous bounce, guys. 130 to 140. I mean, not all at once, but 130 was held, and now Moderna is at 140. mRNA. Now, where could it go? The high today, or the pre-market? Let's see. Was that pre-market? No, that was the high today. 145. I heard a little pop, so I'm going to assume that Chris is in our YouTube room. So, guys, I am going to take my break now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Remember, I'm going to only be there for about half an hour after. Now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley. I heard his pounding on the keyboard. So unless he's got his trained monkey doing that, it must be you.
No, my trained monkey is on break right now. Only half an hour more, Barry. Sounds like you got big plans.
I have big plans, yes.
And the summer plans.
No, well, we're actually selling our house. So,
whoa.
Yeah, I know. So the people who are coming over to film it all, they're coming over a little after that. So I've got to be prepared. And
well, I'm going to have a follow-up call with you later today then.
Yeah. Well, no, it won't be sold today.
I know that. No, but you're not leaving me, are you?
No.
All right.
No.
I just had a mini heart attack. That's all.
Just a change of venue.
All right. Fair enough.
Okay. So I will see you in about an hour. Okay?
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. Okay. We'll see you in an hour. All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break, and I will settle in here for the next hour. Let's see. Whoops, it'd be good if I swap the screens, huh? Right, Chris? All right, there we go. We are now eyes over on me. So, all right, happy Monday to you all. Hope you had a nice weekend, got away from the screens, stretched the legs, relaxed. Mental break from the monotony that is the market. As always, it's an open forum. I don't have pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive content with your questions. I do feel it's better when you're all asking questions and it's not just me randomly droning on and talking to you all aimlessly. However, as always, if you are not asking questions, if you're giving me the silent treatment, I will do my best to keep this engaging and informative. So you got the little chat panel on the side there from the YouTube channel. Don't be shy. Get those in there. Daryl, how are you? Good to see you. Everything running perfectly. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. Unfortunately, I don't hear that often enough. But anyways, I digress. So again, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. And we'll get rocking and rolling on those. Again, should you all decide you're giving me the silent treatment, do what I can. Oops. Hang on there. All right. Bear with me, everybody. So again, folks, get those questions in for me. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Sorry, testing something with that support resistance stuff here. Bear with me. Got someone piping in with a question here. And again, don't be shy, folks. Get questions in for me, please. Waiting on those questions while I help answer some other stuff coming into me here through some emails and Slack. All right, fine. You're giving me the silent treatment. I don't know. What do we talk about to fill the dead air time, folks? Guess we'll go with the top 10. The top 10 from the relative strength from the open. So it'll be the scan down here on the bottom right. We'll look at, we'll start with DAIC, which, a tough one here. This thing keeps halting and resuming nonstop here. Was an alert from Holly here at 9:40. Certainly not an easy trader by any stretch of anyone's imagination. It has recently again taken out daily highs. Looks like it's halted on that pullback again. Anything, massive liquidity at 30.3 million shares traded on it and pretty solid volume at 170.58 on relative volume. Looks like it had something going on back here in June. I'm guessing this thing is reverse split a time or two because I bet money that it doesn't have a lifetime high of 1875. And also, if that wasn't the tall tale giveaway, float of under a million, 890,000 in that float. That's a micro float. That is the definition of a micro float right there. So all the same, having some serious action today, probably some news or something. Custom computer service design. Sorry. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. AI nonsense. Is anyone's stock already come for buying? Not really sure what you're asking there. Provide some more context around your question or your statement, perhaps. Not sure. I surmise it's a question, even without the question mark. Send it in to the email there, info@trade-ideas.com. You can send the link, send a cloud link if you can. And then I can access it through that email. Just can't share links in this YouTube, unfortunately. So, all right, while I wait for those to come in here, I'll get back to this. So, ACI, that's going to wrap that up there. Let's see, next one that's on the hit list winning. I was going to start the top 10, but let's do this instead for now. All right, so TJGC, this is interesting enough here. Already been on a march on the move up here. It's a newer stock, only 8 months or so since it IPO'd. It's got a couple of nice weeks up. You can see that nice refractal pattern here across multiple time frames. So it's what it looks like on 60 minutes, it's what it looks like on the daily, it's what it looks like on the weekly. It's the kind of thing you do like to see. I like to see anyways. This is definitely some resistance here as it has struggled to get above and hold it. Nevertheless, pretty liquid today, 3.6 million shares traded on it and a relative volume of 22.17, so not too shabby. Advertising agencies, and I believe that's Hong Kong's flag, right? Yeah, Hong Kong. Hey, I do all right on these geographic things sometimes. What else? Pretty small float, 6.35 million in that float. Clearly some kind of news or something going on, but we can see the volume's been coming into this for a while now, actually. Been weeks and weeks and weeks of it here, and it's starting off the week real strong right now, actually. So got a little bit of room to move. If we get above this level here, if we get above that we'll call it 530, 535 level, it's got a little room to run above $6 there. So not necessarily a bad setup. I don't like to trade stocks at this price here. It's too low for me, my personal preference, but pretty decent setup overall there. I'd also note, given how choppy the market has been over the last few weeks, this has found itself pretty steadily up. It's not without some chop to it. It's never going to be just straight up. You got that big topping shadow here from last week, but all the same, not too shabby. Interesting. So when you back test it, the sell has fantastic results. All right, well, send it along and we'll give it a gander there. I mean, if you want to send it now too, we use the airtime here to go over it, unless you don't want to go over it here live, and then I'll just I'll reply back via the email if that's what you prefer. All right, let's move on. BTCT. I think this is some kind of Bitcoin thing, right? Educational support services. Odd, because I really don't think that that's what this is. Blockchain technology company with long-term strategy to create value across the metaverse. Yeah, okay. Anywho, I believe Bitcoin has seen a resurgence in price in the last couple of days, so I'd suspect that's what this is all from here. So it's really, if you're a believer in Bitcoin, this could be a stock play for you on the cheaper side of things. Certainly not something I'm interested or into, but man, 153 million shares traded on it doesn't get really much more liquid than that. It's good for 157.4 times what it normally does on volume over the last 30 days. So this thing's usually trading just under 1 million shares, give or take. Easy math. Small float again, 9.5 million in that float. So not without its volatility, that's for sure. So topping and bottoming shadows there. Let's move on. ZJK. I'm really not digging some of these charts here, especially these really low price ones. Again, small on the float, 13.93 million on that float. This one, not nearly as liquid as anything else we've seen at 751,000 shares traded on the day. Good for 18, almost 18, about 18 2/3 times what it's doing normally for volume. So this thing doesn't trade at all in that case. We can see here Friday, it had itself a bit of a volume day, but you gotta head way back past May before you see any kind of blip in volume again. And even doing that, you don't see that on the weekly chart happen. So tells you what we need to know about that one. Bolt, nut, screw, rivet, and washer manufacturing. Exactly exciting about that. But anywho, there it is. Having itself a percent day anyways. 28 cents is good for 12.44%. And again, folks, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Feel free to interrupt me at any point. I much prefer to answer questions than to drone on about random stock charts like this. GORO in the meantime. Again, really minuscule price stocks here. It's Canadian stock. 1.2 million on it. Really kind of doing about what it normally does at this point, give or take. Bigger float though, 161.76 million in that float. Gold, ore, and silver mining. Interesting. So, yeah, there it's on the move like that. So, all right, yep. You're a believer in gold and all that. I guess there's whatever the Fed said last week, or the Treasury said last. Was it Treasury? I think. Can't keep up with these talking heads anymore. Whatever the Treasury said last week about, I think more or less the translations will just print money into infinity essentially as we need to. So I think that's why Bitcoin and precious metals have gotten uplift again. All right, we'll move on from GORO. S dot. I believe this was a big player on Friday. Yeah, had that big move on Friday. Here it is, gapped way up again today. 24.7 million shares traded, good for 17.16 times what it's normally doing. It's up a hefty 1085 at this point, good for over 80%. Obviously, long term, stock's been around 3 years. Hot mess on the long term chart here, but for those that are day trading, certainly making itself a very good day trading vehicle over past year, give or take. Some nice moves here, give it up, some nice moves through here and here and here again. Does not like to seem to hold on to those gains. Very clear. There it is, nevertheless. So S dot. Let's see. EMAT. Another younger stock here, another low price stock, so about 7 months old. Finding itself towards the basement. I had just one early move here. It's a 60-minute chart. I guess I should bring out a 5-minute chart for this purpose here, since we're more talking on the day frames. So yeah, look, didn't do a whole lot of anything here. Had 5 minutes up, 15 minutes down and up, and then just gave it up from there. I'd say that's about over for the day, but I guess you never know. Did fill the gap here. But volume has continued to decline through the day. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would, however, bet that has basically made its noise for the day and is all done. So it's EMAT. Let's go NPWR. And again, folks, anybody with questions, please do not be shy. Get those questions in for me. Truth be told, this is torture for me to just go through charts mindlessly like this in this live stream. NPWR, so pretty sizable gap up there. Been a gap and go all day. Again, really small price stock. Not a tiny float. I mean, certainly not a large float by any stretch of imagination, but, some people, oddly enough, consider a 59 million float large. It's kind of weird because you got floats that are well into the billions. So I don't know how 59 can be large. 59 million can be large when you compare it to floats of billions. But anyways, not here to argue that kind of logic with anybody. Electric power generation. Liquid enough, 1.7 million shares traded. It's 5 times what's normally doing here. So you had some earnings. Been fairly lively since earnings. So, it's lost steam up here at $2 basically. Poked its head above. Trying to maintain it up over that. See what happens from there and how that goes. I will say it's also kind of maintained the volume since, big volume in the open, came down, some more volume came in, came down. It's more sporadic, the volume, but last 5-minute candle is pretty decent volume, so we'll see what happens. So we'll now look at ZURA, Zura Bio. I would imagine that they had some kind of news come out here. For those keeping score at home, I do not do the news, don't care, couldn't possibly care less. Irrelevant to me. What matters is price action and volume are all that you need to know, because you're never going to be before the first people that get the spike anyways. That's the way that goes. Quite a move. We'll see what happens from there. It's given that volume back. It's given a lot of the price back. It's up above $7, just shot above it. It's down around 630, give or take a few pennies. Liquid based on that move there. Again, I don't know how much more is left in it. 18 times what's normally doing. We can see here on the weekly chart, we've had some volume pops. It's the beginning of the summer. Hasn't done a lot since then, to be honest. Had earnings and a pretty mute earnings reaction on August 11th for the most part. It was pre-market August 11th. So that is that. Let's see, SUJA, soft drink manufacturing. 3-month-old stock, almost straight down since its IPO. Last 3 weeks trying to pick itself off the mat. Really don't have much to say about this thing at 538,000 shares traded on the day, and that's 3 times what it's normally doing. Just I wouldn't even, who would even invest in something like this? Just curious. Does the profile give us anything interesting? Modern beverage platform, the forefront, functional, better for you beverage revolution. Yeah. A bunch of nonsense. Probably some company that's hoping to get bought out by Coke or Pepsi or, whoever. At the end of the day, there's only, 4 or 5 companies in the entire world running all the food. So, and companies like this, they IPO in hopes that someone buys them out and they can get their big golden shoe payday. All right. Last but not least on the top 10, AMC. God, will this stock not go away? I'm guessing because of Spider-Man or whatever, that's, getting some action here. I don't know what to even comment on a stock like this. Very liquid stock all the time, though. I can tell you that right now. 17.1 million shares traded, and that's below normal for this time of the day, to be honest. But let's be real about all the rest of this here. Over 5 years, it's down 99.42%. Theaters, as of now, are not making a comeback. They don't look like they'll be making a comeback. The landscape of movies and entertainment have been dramatically changed. While it's entirely possible that they make a comeback at some point, it won't be this week, that's for sure. Outside of that, I don't really know what else to say. I mean, does look like it had a bottom back here around March, April of this year, and it's off that bottom. It was a sub-dollar stock, I think, at that point. Yeah, sub-dollar stock even. So I mean, considering from a sub-dollar stock to almost $3, that is a fairly significant move percent-wise. All right, that's that top 10 there. You folks are still giving me the silent treatment. Rather unpleasant. Numbers do say there's 87 of you, although I know with YouTube, with Twitter, it's probably 50-something bots. I'm trying to figure out a way that they can scam and monetize people. So what to do? Guess we'll just boringly look at the market again. Go over the major indexes. Let's get rid of this browser chart. Slows me down too much in the live streams here. So, up and a pullback, up. And I know people were calling this a pullback. That's consolidation, folks. That it's not a pullback. That is consolidation, I don't know. I don't got a whole lot to comment on this. We're sitting right up near all-time highs. Let's see. Lifetime high is 779.37 on the SPY. We're at 764. So, go back terribly far here to get that. Can I go over the money machine and possibly how to use it with Holly? Yes, I can. Let's see here. I got to bring over Brokerage Plus here. Now, so the thing, first off, just so everybody's clear, Money Machine is still in paper mode only. There is no release date for when it goes live. I know Dan has been talking about on the Wednesday sessions that it's coming soon. I just, I don't like to put dates on things. I don't know if he's put a date on things. I can tell you there's active work trying to get it to that point right now. There's several items of business that have to be taken care of on the back end here before that happens. But it is, Dan has not mandated, but mandated, whatever. Dan has made it one of the top priorities for the development teams to let's get this thing finished up here to the live side. So just want to be clear about that. As far as the money machine goes with Holly, it's kind of a tough thing because the money machine only lets you go long or short, and Holly alerts both long and short. And as of now, there's no way to tell the money machine to move Holly alerts based on how Holly alerted them. So you're going to have to go all long or all short. You don't have a choice on that matter with Holly and the money machine. With that said, you can find your strategy. Where's the... So Holly, today's Holly signals. There's the top list, today's Holly signals here under the strategies. So you'd select that, and then you're going to pick, how you want to run it from here. What's the maximum amount of positions you want to have? What's the number of entries you can make right at the open of the money machine? When you hit play, how many will get you in right away? Do you want to set a minimum and maximum price on these or not? Some people say, I don't want to trade Holly alerts less than X amount of dollars. So you can cut out the ones that are below that X amount that you don't want to see, you don't want to be a part of there. Obviously, your position sizing and the units of that position sizing, dollars or shares. Again, as I mentioned before, you got to take long or short. You can't make it based on what Holly alerted, unfortunately, at this point. And there's only a market type of order, no limit orders like that. So once you've decided on all those items, then you decide, the exit settings here. So are you using the trade wave essentially, or are you using the stops and exit settings? So that's your only option down here. You wouldn't want to use any of these other items in here. You're not going to use any of these items in here that won't relate to Holly whatsoever. It's just if you want to use the trade wave, you can use that. And then you could set up the exit and stops of the trade wave based on that here. So what time frame trade wave do you want to work on? Closing above the top of the wave, closing above the bottom of the wave. There's little tool tips here on each one of these. Try to point you in the direction of what it all means. So that's for the entry. You're entering, based on the candles closing above top or bottom of the waves. You can set it up if you're going with the waves that, if you're X amount above the wave, you won't get in. It's kind of a way to stop from chasing. And also if the bands on the waves are really tight, you can stop and say, I don't want to enter based on that because, if they're real tight, that means it might be chopping around a little bit. Then your exits, are you exiting, based on an exit, closing above the top of the wave or closing below the bottom wave? And a reentry timeout, that's just, if you get out of a trade, you're saying, I don't want to get back in that specific trade for X amount of minutes again. So that's if you're using the trade wave. If you're not using the trade wave, you uncheck it and then into the stops and exit settings. You've got the, where are we setting the stops, minimum stop amounts and things of that nature. There's a trailing stop that gets activated as well. What the initial stop is at, how the stop follows the price action moving up if it does and tightens that stop. There's no way when you're at a trailing stop, it doesn't move. If the price moves down, the stop doesn't move down. The stop stays where it is. You don't give back on the stop. And there is a reverse option. So, for example, if you get stopped out of a trade, it could reverse you into a short if you wanted. Not something I would be doing, but I suppose there are people out there that want to do things like that. And so the option is there for you folks that decide that if you get stopped out of a long, you want to reverse it into a short, or vice versa. If you get stopped out of a short, you want to reverse it into a long. and some tool tips and items to fill in there as far as that goes. Essentially, once you've done all that, you're going to save it and you're going to rock and roll with it afterwards. So, you press save and you're going to hit play. And it's going to get you into those trades. Move this over to this side. Prefer a view that looks like this personally. I don't think I selected the Holly top list. Nope, that does say today's Holly signals. Interesting. Huh. Odd. Sorry, I want to see something here because I'm a bit confused as to the signals that are showing up there. This is also very strange. That could be why I checked the wrong one. Okay, so this is accurate and this is not accurate. I think I'm going to dive too deep into this because I'm not going to. Just take a look if I click something wrong because that is not Holly signals today. Okay, that is it. I don't know. I must have clicked something wrong because that's what must have happened. All right, now I feel better about that whole deal. All right, so there it is. It's got me into those top Holly signals based on that stuff there. And that is that. Should they move up enough, the stops will get set accordingly and all those things like that. You are welcome, Dave. And anybody else with questions, don't be shy. Feel free to get those questions in. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. Stop. I stopped it on the pullback. We were in the money too. All right. I was all just paper trading just in case. Yeah, trying to play back in my head what I clicked wrong that it didn't get the Holly signals at first. I don't know what it was pulling from. I can't figure it out. Just looking at the settings again. I don't know what I did wrong. But I got it afterwards when I double checked it. That was all. It must have clicked off of it when I was going through the other settings. That's the only thing I can figure. So again, don't be shy. Anybody with questions, fire those questions away for me. We got some time before Barry wraps up his break. I'll take a pause for a moment, see if any questions come in. So, alrighty, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get some questions in for me. I guess we'll go back and look at the overall market and. So yeah, we'll look at the Qs, I guess, and the NASDAQ and see what that's looking like right now. Yeah, pretty sizable gap down and a go there for a while. It's reversed itself nicely at this point. Not too shabby, but it's having trouble claiming the open right now. It's still pretty down from that gap. It's funny though, because it's, 2/3% down on the day. It seems and feels like more than it really is. But, that's the way it is sometimes. I will say, that 700 number, been a bit of a magnet here. Got up above it, down to it, up, down, up, back down, under it, well up over it, back down towards it again. So we'll see what happens. The Qs are certainly still under some more pressure than the rest of the market, tech in general. It's a lot of the bigger names for the most part, but all the same, hasn't really gone too far or anywhere since June-ish, give or take, to one side or the other. The Qs did, I think, for like an hour, a couple of hours maybe, technically hit correction territory, but reversed right out of them, at least by the next day anyways. So we'll see what's in store for them. Diamonds representing the Dow Jones 30. I'm kind of just doing a lot of nothing the last few weeks here. So, this is this current week right there. So last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So 3 weeks ago, made a nice little new all-time high. Pulled back, kind of filled a gap there. And, we'll see what's in store for them next. But for the moment, like I said, there's that big move up into the new all-time highs. Bit of a fade. Trying to bounce now. Sure, you've got lots of people all crazy bearish with nonsense out there and whatever else. And while, look, we may roll over and collapse coming days, there's nothing on these charts to suggest that right now. Nothing at all. IWMs. It's your Russell 2000 small caps. Sitting pretty comfortable up here near all-time highs. There's the all-time highs. And they're just kind of running sideways the last week or so. And they had a bit of a gap down today too. Haven't reversed that. They're back near the session lows. Again, no big deal, I don't think. Could this be, as always, could it be the prelude to something bigger? Sure, why not? Nothing to suggest that whatsoever, but, it'll only be hindsight, like everything else. That's, kind of the market look overall. You got a lot more stocks making new 30-day highs than new 30-day lows right now. It's always nice to see. However, stocks above the 50 and below the 50-day moving averages making new highs and no lows. This was actually a lot redder earlier. quite a move up to get this back to even, but this was something like, I don't know, I want to say 65 to the red and 35 to the green earlier, give or take. So certainly reversed itself at this point. Watching the 10 and 30. All right, all right. I'm not a bond person myself. What else? What else is there to discuss today? I don't know. Let's look at some big cap names for fun, I guess. I never look at these stocks for the most part. Although I put Apple chart up all the time as a default chart. I don't really pay attention to it. But Apple, you know, a nice little run in some new all-time highs, pulled back, consolidating here just above $300. I mean, overall, Apple just finds the way of the world to be up, up, and away, generally speaking. What else do we got going on? Meta, everybody's favorite social media platform. Meta doesn't look awesome. Somewhere around an 800 lifetime high, 796.25. So 796.25, and sitting down here around the 550 level. It has been less than stellar, although it looks like, it was a pretty negative reaction to earnings at first. Reversed it and has given it back again since. So make of that what you will. NVDA, NVIDIA. They're reporting this week, it looks like, in the post market. Ain't that something? So, yeah, it looks like they're contributing to the woes of the NASDAQ today, without a question. Haven't really done much in a while, to be honest. There was an all-time high here and one here, but it's really kind of, in the middle of that spread at this point. So, I don't know. Not a whole lot to say or comment on that. I guess I'm sure people are placing their bets via the options market. $5 trillion company. That is something to behold. Microsoft, MSFT, right? MSFT is Microsoft. Yeah, that's it. So, hindsight being a double top there on the weekly chart, at least. Beat up pretty good and has rebounded pretty well now. Not horribly far off lifetime highs. Obviously, back here is that's it. That was just under it. At least that's what my eye sees it as. It's Microsoft for you. Looks like $500 is a bit of a bear for it to tackle at this point. Netflix. What's everybody's favorite streaming service doing? Yes, software just crashed on me, because why wouldn't it crash? It's a day that ends in Y, so it should crash in the middle of a live stream for me. All right, everybody, give me 30 seconds while I reboot the software here. Bear with me, bear with me. Anybody's got questions, don't be shy. Get them into the question panel. I'm going to take a moment here and reboot the software here. All right, I apologize. I had some technical difficulties there for a moment. Computer was on the fritz. I don't know what I did, but I think we're back in line now. All right, where were we? We were going over a bunch of large cap stocks. What were we going to look up this time? Oh, Netflix, everybody's favorite streaming service. Oof. Pretty good and beat up. So 134 and change as the high. Down here. Man, I'm old enough to remember when they told me it was 7 stocks holding up the market and Netflix was one of them. I don't think Netflix is holding up the market. Call me crazy. What else? Look at Meta. Amazon. Right? Amazon? Yeah, that's it. Well, Amazon's kind of one of the better of the bunch, better looking of the bunch. Let's get that picture in picture out. I do like to have that. All right. So yeah, not too shabby. On the long-term look here, looks like a very positive overall earnings reaction for them, although they've come back and filled some of that gap. Not much, actually. They haven't filled much of that gap, let's be honest there. They have tipped just below where that gap was. Hello, how are you? Welcome. So there is that. Who else? Who else could we look at? Surely I'm missing some of those big. Google. Can't forget the Googs. Alphabet, whatever the hell they're calling themselves this week. So, yeah, a lot of sideways movement. Tries to get itself up, tries to get itself down. Really kind of just the middle of the road at this point for quite a while. Suppose everybody's waiting for the next big innovation to come out, right? Or the next big flop so they could jump on and sell it and whatever. What else do we got going on? Who am I missing? Let's make a top list real quick. Market cap. Wow, if I could type, that would probably help. There we go. Sort by. Perfect. Oops. All right. Yeah, so we did all these. Oh, TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor. They're not looking the healthiest, but long term, that's pretty outstanding. Long term, 243% over the last 5 years. Just can't really much argue that. Been sideways for a little bit now, though. Broadcom. So same thing over the last 5 years. Incredible performance. But they found themselves a little choppy and sloppy as of late. Good bit off a lifetime high right now. Good bit off that lifetime high. Tesla, everybody's favorite, whatever company they are this week. Not really an automotive company, right? I mean, I know that's what it says here, but I don't think that's the people consider that value. Wow, this thing is choppy as can be. My goodness. What it must be like to be a long-term investor in this. Thrilling and agonizing at the same time. Oh, it's just so choppy. It's incredible. I've looked at Meta. Eli Lilly, everyone's favorite drug manufacturer. So now I'm just kind of taking a top-down look at the highest market cap stocks out there. You know what? I just want to mess around with this real quick. Lifetime sort these. So ANET, woof. What the heck? Baba. I don't hear that company talked about very much. But down over the last 5 years. So I'm looking up the worst performing large cap stocks over the last year, anyways. Disney can't get out of its own way. Horrific. Absolutely horrific performance by Disney. Kind of odd to see SpaceX here, but whatever. Okay, fine. Why not? Waste a minute in that. Boeing. I thought I clicked Boeing. There we go. So Boeing with a big nothing burger for a very long time. They're obviously their woes started. That Dreamliner nonsense. Right, Barry?
All I heard was nonsense, and I heard
Yes.
dream. And are my dreams nonsense? I think they're quite
Your
spectacular.
dreams, your dreams are
Yeah.
wonderful. Mine, not so much.
It's the interpretation that counts.
I was talking about Boeing and
Yeah, I
they
know.
haven't looked real healthy since that Dreamliner nonsense.
Yeah. Look at Nike, Chris. That to
I
me is the
just,
one that
I can't.
I cannot believe it. I mean, look at the position in the lifetime range,
Yeah,
1.4%. I
yeah.
mean, Nike for gosh sakes. But you know what? It makes me somewhat it has to happen to Starbucks too eventually, but are people really wanting to pay so much for sneakers anymore? I mean, is that what it's all about? I know China's got something to do with it, but I mean, is that really what it's all about? That
I,
finally
I
people coming to their senses?
Nike has found themselves, I think, in the perfect storm. One, you've got an incredible amount of competition now that didn't exist years ago.
Hmm.
Not just for the product itself, but marketing. It isn't just, there isn't just the marketing of getting people to wear your brand and
Hmm.
flash it on TV and have it in the stores. With all the TikToks and Instagram reel, everything that exists now, how much of that takes away from the market cap and market share of companies, apparel companies like Nike, number one. Number
Hmm.
two, they can't stay out of the political arena, pissing people off on both sides.
Right.
I think that should be a corporate lesson for everybody. Just don't say anything and sell your
Or at
goods.
least pick a side.
Yeah, or that too, instead of flip
Yeah.
flopping.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you add those kinds of things together, and the fact that they don't put out a superior product anymore. It's just that
Yeah.
simple.
Well, I'm
Perfect
still
storm.
waiting for Starbucks to maybe do because I mean, again, when are people finally going to? Why pay $10 for it? Well, and maybe not in the states, but $7 or whatever for a cup of coffee.
Oh,
I
it's the
know the
same thing
fancy
down
coffee.
here. I mean, I
Yeah.
never go to a Starbucks. I just never got the appeal of it.
Hmm.
Just my personal 2 cents. I mean, everything that they make can be, found in a gas station for half the price, essentially, with the exception of all the weird drinks they do. But,
Right. Right.
all the pastries and stuff that they have, there's nothing special. It's not like they're
No.
some special bakery.
No. And I think they're even clamping down on people spending all day using their free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
so So
Yep.
that's another thing. Well, listen, Chris, I because I'm going to be leaving soon, I
Yes.
better get
Yes.
back into both rooms.
Fair
So
enough.
thanks very much. Well, what's are you on twice this week, or is it Andy?
I believe it'll be Andy tomorrow, but sometimes he's got like center point meetings and whatever else. So if it's not him, it'll be me.
Okay,
I'll let him
cool.
know if he's got things going on. I don't have anything that can't that'll prevent me from being here.
Okay, thanks for spelling me, and
Of course, and best of
otherwise, we'll
luck
see you
on
next week.
later today with all that.
Yes, yes, thank you, thank you.
We'll talk to you
Okay,
later, Barry. Bye,
okay.
everybody.
Are you gone? Okay, guys, I think I'm back, but am I in? I don't think that I'm in. I think I'm in cinema mode. I think cinnamon cinema mode. Let me get back into the other room. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let me get rid of the announcement. And one other thing to do: get my music going. Okay. So yeah, guys, I only have about 70 minutes left. But Andy, William will keep the room open till about 4 o'clock. So it will be Andy. Okay. So the DA, this is what I was talking about, guys. Later on in the day, but the only difference is that when you look at DAIC, the ideal situation would have been having that big pop, and then kind of, basing a little bit, not doing so many ups and downs. But you can see this because had if I'd been able to hang around most of the day, this is definitely one I'd be looking at to take out the high of the day, and I guess it's halted. Yeah, it must be halted right now. So still has room on a weekly chart. 352 is the next high in the weekly chart for DAIC. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage one last time for the day. How was that working out for you, Carlisle, on the following the Bollinger Band and the pullbacks? Good. That was a tough one. I mean, that was so volatile. Oh, there we go. Okay, he's got so the gentleman fixed my homepage. Okay, so there are two promo codes on right now, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you can get, if you use the Barry 28, you'll get 28% off the first month only, or the entire year of our premium service. Okay, so 28% off the first month only, or 28% off the entire year. If you're looking for our standard plan, you can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So the two promo codes we've got on right now. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use whatever it change. Obviously, on my homepage, the codes do change, but please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room right here. Okay, so what the company tracks the use of the promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Now, this room, the trading room, it's free also, but it's also open around 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so you can come in if you're looking for some action or interaction with other traders during the pre-market. You can come into this room. Also, when I leave, and I'm leaving a little earlier today, usually I leave around 2, but William will keep this room open most of the time till 3-ish. Okay, and that's what he says he's going to do today. Okay, so that's the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now, you can come in here. And trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. You'll get it free. It's right before the market. Well, it's quite a bit before the market opens on Monday, and it is free. And education. So a couple of reasons to click on my link and get down to the education section, and they're getting started with trade ideas. If you're just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about what we're capable of. And it may or may not be what you want. But if you'd like to try us, you can always try us on a monthly basis. You can always unsubscribe at any time. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. It's a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are. So this is the race you see here. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. That's that race right there. I do have another race. If you're more wanting to watch a large cap race that is not as volatile as this, you can open this race. Upside versus downside movers is right here. Halts resumes, always active right here. Daily trend reversals right here. Now I did make a change. If you load it from my homepage, the major change, I guess, is that I reduced the price. What I had before was the minimum price had to be 2. I reduced it to 1. So you'd get stocks like the PTCT, which worked out unbelievably well. It's not, I didn't do it because of this, but that is the difference. You don't have to make the change if you don't want to, but that is what I did. And then this is just the don't repeat version of it. Okay. You don't have, this is the version you'd have, the one that repeats it over and over and over again. If it keeps making new highs or new lows. The yellow is a suggestion to short, and the powder blue, a suggestion to go long. And I have other scans here that I don't have open, but you can certainly take a look at them, ask me questions about any of them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Okay. Now, if you see anything, this is sort of late. You see anything later on in the afternoon. This can be very interesting, okay? Because typically you can just see the last one before that 12:45 was at 10:16. Usually it's within the first hour that you get most of these trend reversals, daily trend reversals. But you get the odd one in the afternoon, and sometimes they're spectacular. I'm not saying this one was, and usually it's. Well, I look at the yeah. I mean, it's an awful looking chart, but certainly if you've got this daily trend reversal, and you see something later on in the afternoon, for sure, click on it. We should just erase that stock, guys. I hope it doesn't do anything tomorrow. I mean, this is just a mess. I mean, it's look where it's. I mean, look where it got to. The high was 31, and it's right now down to 22. Very. I find it. I know I traded it last week, maybe a couple of times, not for long though. But it wasn't easy. Right. So yeah, the DAIC has won 19 races. Wow, look at been halted 30 times. 30 times. Believe it or not, that's not a record. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the record is, but since we since the company added this, the halts resumes the alert window or the ability to scan for them. I we've had some in the 40s, but this is pretty this is pretty astonishing to have 30 halts, and it's also won 19 races. Yeah, 42, I do recall, but I think there was even one like several years ago that was certainly into the 40s also. All right, I put a price alert for CVRX for some reason a long time, I think earlier today. Yeah, okay. I think at that high. No, not that high. Because there's the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart is 324. Yeah, I think you're right, Pepe. Well, I know you're right. You're always right. So yeah, high 40s. Can't remember what it was, but it was just absolutely crazy. Gipper, win one. GIPR, guys. GIPR. Ah, this is under $1. Okay, so this is the only scan I've got. that looks at stocks minimum of 50 cents. So in other words, anything under a dollar. I typically don't look at stocks under a dollar, but I know some do. So that's why I put this in the scan in case people do want to see stocks that are under a dollar. So guys, again, I'm leaving in about 15 minutes. So if you have questions, now's a good time. When I leave, I really have to go. I cannot. I know I normally say, "I'll always stay later for questions." Not today. I remember talking about AUR earlier, and now finally did have the bounce. What sort of a bounce was that? 577 to not a big one. All right, guys. Let's see. AUR, NTR is another one that was drifting down, still drifting down. So I'm kind of looking at these are the bouncers toppers. Okay, so this is in theory a bounce, and of course it was a bounce. I'm looking more for that scan though to see how brief the bounce is, and then the resumption of the move down. That's how I'm typically now kind of using this as opposed to just trying to play a bounce. DXST. Okay, well, first of all, let's take a look at TJGC. Okay, DXST. Well, it's going to have to probably take out the VWAP, not that far away from it. Okay, not that far, 313. So that can act, of course, as a resistance on the way up. But if it can take that out, that might give you what you're looking for. The high today was 385 or so. So the VWAP's right here at 315. Again, I'm sure I will not be around, but I'll put a price alert around 317. I know the VWAP, we've got it here at 327, but that is not using pre-market data. I like to use the pre-market data. I mean, look at all the volume here. Why wouldn't you want to use pre-market data? I mean, this had the biggest volume at 7 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, it's up to you. And DAIC just resumed. And what did it do? Okay, so this is a drop. Or was it? Or was it? It was a bit of a drop. It got halted at what price? 283. And so we're at 279 right now. So it hasn't dropped yet. Moderna looks like it's trying to, well, it already has put a bit of a curl on. Yeah, it's trying to put that. And look at the blue, little blue. So I mean, this looks interesting again. From the long side, it got up to almost 140, well, 142 and a half. So you've got a little over $4 to that high. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but you can see how the transition now on the 2-minute chart, anyway, from orange to blue. And for its 31st halt of the day, DAIC halted on the way down. Now, this does not look good. Hopefully, nobody's in this now. 252 on the halt and 228 potential open. So, hopefully, nobody's in this now. Poe will probably look for a bounce of some sort. But boy, this has been very, very. I mean, okay, the trend is up. You can. That's about the best we can say. The trend is up, but very, very volatile. All right, guys. Again, maybe only 9 minutes left that I'm here. But don't go. William will keep the room open, okay? And I'll have my screen still displayed, and I'll put it on surf mode. Well, you know what, guys? If there are no questions, I may even take off now. I mean, I'll hang around if there's some questions only till 1:30. But if there are no questions, I may take off now. And for YouTube, I do have to shut YouTube down completely. There's nobody there to moderate it, so I will have to shut down YouTube completely. Okay, guys. Well, I listen. I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So, YouTubers, I'm going to shut you down right now. Don't see anybody there anyway. So, end the stream. I'll. You show up tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock, approximately 9 to 9:15 for YouTube. Okay, so I'm ending the stream.